Yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro, honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro. Hey, yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro, honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro. Yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Hey, yamko rambe yamko arona wa kombe. Teminang kibira kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Teminang kibi kumba moko bombe ko yumano bungo awe ade. Honke 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 riro, honke jombe jombe riro, honke.
Recording in progress.
Kalaupun berbayar SPJ kan.
Suaranya? Udah? Bagus makan? Baru makan? Bagus makan.
Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to all participants and invited guests at Road to 10 World Water Forum. Before we get started, we are pleased to our beloved guests for registration at foyer area and can directly enter the ballroom and occupy the seats that provided in the ballroom. Thank you. Once again, good morning, all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all our invited guests at Road to 10 World Water Forum. Once again, who want to invite... Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention, please? We'd like to invite to all participants who are already registered to join us in the ballroom area. And please be seated because the event will start in a few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off the event this morning, we will now play safety induction video to ensure the event is conducted in a safely manner. Please have a watch.
Selamat datang di Menara Dana Reksa. Saat ini Anda berada di area Nusa Ballroom. Berikut video safety briefing untuk keselamatan Anda. Gedung ini memiliki 22 lantai dan setiap lantai memiliki alat pemadam kebakaran, pendeteksi asap, alat percikan air, serta paging system. Apabila terjadi keadaan darurat seperti gempa bumi, kebakaran, dan keadaan darurat lainnya, hindari penggunaan lift, jangan panik dan segera tinggalkan ruangan menuju tangga darurat terdekat yang berada di kedua sisi koridor di setiap lantai. Petugas kami akan mengarahkan Anda ke pintu keluar terdekat untuk berkumpul di assembly point atau area berkumpul aman. Terima kasih atas kepercayaan Anda kepada Menara Dana Reksa.
Water is the lifeblood of our planet. Sustaining all living beings, nourishing our communities, and connecting us in profound ways. For the agriculture practices, to ensure food security. For sustainable living, for the economic growth, and also uplift rural communities. We recognize that our prosperity is intricately linked to the responsible management of water. We must honor and protect our water sources for the well-being today, but also for future biodiversity. Currently, as the world navigates towards a better future, the quest for equitable and enduring water access has taken center stage. With water becoming scarcer, the global community is coming together to ensure this vital resource is secured for generations to come. Connecting across borders and cultures, they converge to share insights, strategies, and innovations through the World Water Forum, a powerful platform that is held every 3 years. Now, the 10th edition transcends the previous forum, fostering an unprecedented dialogue by introducing 3 robust processes. First, a series of political process that engages dialogue from head of state, ministers, parliament, local authorities, and basin authorities level. Second, the forum will introduce the thematic process with 6 critical sub-themes, stand as pillars of collective effort to address water challenges. Water security and prosperity. Water for humans and nature. Disaster risk reduction and management. Governance, cooperation, and hydro diplomacy. Sustainable water finance. And lastly, knowledge and innovation. Third, this vibrant assembly also enables the regional process to share commonalities in water challenges and solutions between 4 major regions: Asia Pacific, Mediterranean, Africa, and America.
We need to increase the security of water resources all over the world to protect water against climate evolution and population growth. We need water for humans and water for nature. At the next World Water Forum in Bali, Indonesia, let's work together to convince that water is politics and declare stop ignoring water.
Join us at the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, Indonesia. We find inspiration in the beauty and balance of nature. We strive to be custodians of our environment, protecting our rivers, lakes, and oceans as we celebrate water for shared prosperity. Let's create a future where every drop of water is cherished and every community thrives.
Pengelolaan sumber daya air secara efisien dan terpadu merupakan agenda yang harus kita kerjakan bersama agar air bisa dikelola dan bisa dimanfaatkan untuk kemakmuran bersama.
Register now at worldwaterforum.org. See you in Bali 2024.
Good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Road to 10 World Water Forum 2024. May we have your big round of applause for all of us here? More power, please. Yes, more powerful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sustainable Water Finance Subteam, the fourth workshop, Designing Global Water Fund Establishment. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu. Salam kebajikan. May peace be upon us. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to convey our gratitude and a very warm welcome to Secretary General for Ministry of Public Works and Housing. As the head of Secretariat National Organizing Committee 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Muhammad Zainal Fatah. Selamat pagi Bapak. Director General for Public Works and Housing Infrastructure Financing as Co-Coordinator for Sustainable Water Finance Subteam 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Heri Trisaputra Zuna. Selamat pagi. Vice Chairman of Program and Session 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto. Good morning. Director General of Human Settlements, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Mrs. Diana Kusumastuti, who joined us this morning virtually. Selamat pagi Ibu. Special Advisor to the Minister of Public Works and Housing on Water Resources Management, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Mr. Firdaus Ali. Director, Water and Urban Development, Asian Development Bank, as a coordinator for Sustainable Water Finance Subteam, 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, who joined us this morning also by virtually. Good morning. Director of Center for Climate Finance and Multilateral Policy, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Bobby Wahyu Hernawan. World Bank Global Lead for Water and Finance World Bank, Mr. Jason Sengrong-Lu. President Director of PT Dana Reksa, Mr. Yadi Jaya Ruhandi. Selamat pagi Bapak. CEO Moya Indonesia Holdings, Mr. Muhammad Salim. ESG, Government and Infrastructure Leader, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Julian Smith. And all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. The establishment of Global Water Fund aims to secure and increase funding for water infrastructure while also addressing issues related to growth, recovery, resilience, and climate-related adaptation in developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to take this opportunity this morning to thank to our generous sponsors who support this event. Thank you to PT Moya, Clean Water for Better Living, PT Krakatau Tirta Industri, Sino Hydro Corporation Limited, PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur, and PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia. May we have your big round of applause for all the sponsors who supported this event generously. Thank you so much. And this event also broadcast through platform CNBC Indonesia.com, YouTube Kementerian PUPR, and YouTube 10 World Water Forum. And now, to commence our event this morning, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special dance performance, Wonderful Indonesia.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth.
Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event for today and for the successful of this event, let us pray according to our respective religious and beliefs. Praying starts. Over. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to invite you to please have a look on the screen for the following teaser video.
World Water Forum merupakan forum internasional terbesar di dunia yang membahas isu dan solusi global terkait air yang diselenggarakan setiap 3 tahun sekali. Indonesia menjadi tuan rumah World Water Forum ke-10 yang dilaksanakan pada tanggal 18 hingga 24 Mei 2024 di Bali dengan mengusung tema Water for Shared Prosperity. World Water Forum ke-10 menjadi ajang para pemangku kepentingan dari berbagai negara untuk berbagi pengalaman dan inovasi dalam merespon berbagai tantangan pengelolaan air secara global. Pada forum tersebut diselenggarakan 3 proses forum yang saling berkaitan, yaitu political process, regional process, dan thematic process. Pada setiap proses forum, semua pemangku kepentingan akan mengembangkan rencana aksi dan mengimplementasikannya untuk mengatasi masalah yang diidentifikasi berdasarkan subtema yang dibahas. Direktorat Jenderal Pembiayaan Infrastruktur Pekerjaan Umum dan Perumahan, Kementerian Pekerjaan Umum dan Perumahan Rakyat menjadi bagian pada subtema Sustainable Water Finance untuk mengelaborasi pendekatan pembiayaan air yang inovatif, berkelanjutan, dan efektif dalam rangka mewujudkan penyediaan air yang memadai dan merata bagi semua.
Selama ini, infrastruktur sektor air sangat bergantung pada pendanaan publik dan sulit untuk mendapatkan pendanaan dari sektor swasta. Hal ini terutama disebabkan proyek infrastruktur air umumnya tidak menghasilkan revenue dan memerlukan investasi yang besar di awal. Pembiayaan air yang berkelanjutan menjadi isu mendasar untuk memastikan ketahanan air guna mencapai target Sustainable Development Goal. World Water Forum ke-10 merupakan momentum penting bagi seluruh pemangku kepentingan untuk terus berkolaborasi serta menemukan ide-ide dan solusi terbaik guna mewujudkan ketersediaan air yang berkelanjutan untuk semua.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are delighted to invite Secretary General for Ministry of Public Works and Housing as the head of Secretariat National Organizing Committee TED World Water Forum, Mr. Muhammad Zainal Fatah, to deliver a welcoming speech. Please welcome on the stage and please give your warm applause for Mr. Muhammad Zainal Fatah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Very good morning. Your Excellencies, Pak Heri TZ, Director for Public Work and Housing Infrastructure Financing. Ibu Nani Hendiarti, Deputy Minister for Environmental and Forestry Management, Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment. Mr. Bobby Wahyu Hendawan, Director for Center for Climate Finance, Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. Pak Firdaus Ali, Special Advisor to the Minister of Public Works and Housing on Water Resources Management. Pak Ari Setiadi, Vice Chairman of Division 1, Program Session for the World Water Forum. Mr. Satoshi Ishii, Director Water and Urban Development of Asian Development Bank, as a co-coordinator for Sustainable Water Finance Sub-Teams, the 10th World Water Forum. Mr. Jason, the World Bank Global Lead for Water and Finance. Mr. Julian Smith, ESG, Government and Infrastructure Leaders, PricewaterhouseCoopers Indonesia. Pak Yadi, President Director of PT Dana Reksa. Pak Muhammad Salim, CEO Moya Indonesia Holding. Pak Edwin, President Director PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure. Pak Andre Permana, Director of Business, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, distinguished participants and guests. It is a pleasure to me and a great honor for me to attend and have the opportunity to embark the 4th workshop, Designing Global Water and Establishment, as part of our forum, as a part of the next our forum of Sustainable Water Finance Sub-Team in the 10th World Water 2024 in Bali. My sincere gratitude and enormous appreciation to the organizing committees for the effort to conduct such a big prestige event. My warmest greeting to all distinguished participants and colleagues. As we all know, Indonesia has been elected as the host of the 10th World Water Forum that will be held on 18 to 21st May 2024 in Bali. The main theme of this event is water for shared prosperity, and its hope to respond to global challenges and potential damage caused by the increasing population growth and urbanization. In achieving the objective, there will be 3 interconnected forum process, namely political process, regional process, and the last thematic process. The 3 process will be our tool in identifying and analyzing issues, as well as finding out the realistic solution and recommendation on water resources problem. In the thematic process, all multi-stakeholders will develop action plan and facilitate the implementation of action plan to address identified issues associated with several sub-themes. So the thematic process will be proceed under 6 sub-themes. One of them is sustainable water finance. It's our sub-theme now. As for sustainable water finance sub-theme, led by Director General for Public Work and Housing Infrastructure Financing, Minister of Public Work and Housing, along with the Director for Strategy and Policy, Water and Urban Sector of Asian Development Bank, has been appointed as a sub-team's coordinators. So this morning event is one of our efforts to realize our target. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome the initiative brought by all prominent colleagues and experts in collaboration with the coordinator of Sustainable Water Finance Sub-Team to establish a global water fund establishment which will address the issues of growth, recovery, resilience, and climate-related adaptation in developing countries, as well as identify the financing vehicle and innovation. To advance the Global Water Fund initiative, the discussion on this establishment has to be cross-discussed with the other 5 sub-themes, and also has to be supported and aligned with the political and regional process. Finally, distinguished guests and participants, I believe this event will be beneficial for us, for all of us, and I warmly invite to all of you to also join the main event of the 10th World Water Forum in Bali in this May. I hope that we will meet and can share more insight in water sector for our shared prosperity. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming speech. And ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the keynote speech that will be delivered by Director General for Public Works and Housing Infrastructure Financing as co-coordinator for Sustainable Water Finance Hub Team 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Heri Trisaputra Zuna. Please come up to the stage.
The Honorable Mr. Muhammad Zainul Fatah, Secretary General of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, as the head of the Secretariat National Organizing Committee 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, Director of Water and Urban Development ADB, Mr. Firdaus Ali, Senior Advisor to the Minister on Water Resource Management, Mr. Aris Tiadi, Vice Chairman of Division 1, Program and Session 10 World Water Forum, all panelists and respondents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here to get the opportunity to present proposed Global Water Fund as a platform to achieve SDG 6 target. In the 4th workshop as a part of the Sustainable Water Finance Sub-Theme, side event toward the 10 World Water Forum 2024. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, urgent action is still needed globally and locally to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 6, safe and sustainably manage water and sanitation for all by 2030. Access to clean and safety water services are recognized as a human right fundamental to everyone's health, dignity, and prosperity. Globally, approximately 2.2 billion people, or around 27 global population, still lack access to proper managed water services, and around half of the world water population faces significant water scarcity, at least once in a year. We need more attention and investment targeted in the interlinkage between climate action and water sanitation and hygiene. Currently, less than 3% of total climate finance is allocated to the water-related initiative, with only 1/10 dedicated to water and sanitation services. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hence the establishment of Global Water Fund to offer lasting financial support for clean water and sanitation initiative and for water-related disaster financing is in developing countries has become critical. This initiative seeks to bridge the significant yearly funding gap of approximately 114 billion US dollar required to achieve SDG 6 goals. During the second stakeholder consultation meeting held 12 to 13 October 23 in Bali, we have conducted robust discussion on sustainable water sub-theme. The Global Water Fund emerged as the proposed topic for the high-level panel session, which will be part of the 10th World Water Forum 2024 main event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of water-related fund, we can highlight how the government of Indonesia has already established the Indonesia Water Fund by Dana Reksa, especially to expand investment in providing clean water throughout the country. It is expected that the Indonesia Water Fund will operate up to 1 billion US dollar fund around 15 Indonesian trillion rupiah, which will be dedicated to projects aimed at increasing access to clean water, which will be benefit more than 40 million people across the country. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today event presents a valuable opportunity for us to explore and organize the puzzle of the principal design of the Global Water Fund architecture and pave the way for its establishment. It responds to existing funds like the Green Climate Fund, the Pandemic Fund, and the Loss and Damage Fund. I would like to emphasize key discussion points regarding the Global Water Fund. First is objective and purpose of the fund, which include scope of the fund, size and scale of the fund, governance and operation modalities, broader financing framework. Eligibility access for country to able to propose project for the Global Water Fund. This should cover guideline and principle of the fund itself and the step-by-step the fund implementation. The proposed Global Water Fund would build on the existing global water architecture for water infrastructure, water-related disaster and crisis, and climate change adaptation, including associated monitoring mechanism. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the output of today's discussion is the concept note for the establishment of the Global Water Fund. I hope this forum will enhance collaboration among public, private, non-profit, and water-related sector, as the Global Water Fund play a crucial role in generating significant value in water infrastructure toward achieving SDG 6. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Heri Tri Saputra Suna. Please remain on stage, Bapak. Yes, please remain on the stage to present token of appreciation to the Secretary General for Ministry of Public Works and Housing as the head of Secretariat National Organizing Committee 10 Water Forum, Mr. Muhammad Zainal Fatah. I'd like to invite you to please join us on the stage for receiving the token of appreciation. As our appreciation, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Please remain on the stage, Bapak. Yes, we would like to invite also to join us on the stage for a group photo. Special Advisor to the Minister of Public Works and Housing on Water Resources Management, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Mr. Firdaus Ali. Please join us on the stage. Vice Chairman of Program and Session 10 Water Forum, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto. Please join us also on the stage. Director of Center for Climate Finance and Multilateral Policy, Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Bobby Wahyu Hernawan. Kami persilakan. World Bank Global Lead for Water and Finance World Bank, Mr. Jason Zengronglu. President Director of PT Dana Reksa, Mr. Yadi Jaya Ruhandi. CEO Moya Indonesia Holdings, Mr. Muhammad Salim. ESG Government and Infrastructure Leader, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Julian Smith. Presiden Direktur PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur, Mr. Edwin Jaruzat. Director of Business PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia, Mr. Andre Permana. Senior Business Development Director PT Sinohydro Corporation Limited, Mr. Jonathan Zhou. Direktur Utama PT Krakatau Tirta Industri, Mr. Priya Utama. And Assistant Deputy for Forestry Product and Environmental Service, Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, Mr. M. Siraj Parwito. Kami persilakan. Yes, on my count please. First with the formal pose. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, second pose with the clapping your hand. Yes, with the big smile. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, and please look up to the camera. Smile please. On my count. 3, 2, 1. Yes, please give you a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And before we go further for the next agenda, I would like to give a chance for a doorstop. Doorstop will be held at the foyer area. We would like invite to do the doorstops Secretary General for Ministry of Public Works and Housing as the head of Secretariat National Organizing Committee, Mr. Muhammad Zainal Fatah, to please proceed to the foyer for a doorstop, followed by Mr. Heri Trisaputra Zuna, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto, Mr. Muhammad Salim, and Mr. Firdaus Ali. Please proceed to the foyer area and have a doorstop. Thank you. Yes, and for the rest of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a coffee and tea break. After this, we will break for 15 minutes for coffee and tea break, and then we will continue later with the panel session. During the coffee and tea break, ladies and gentlemen, for those who wants to join the main agenda of the World Water Forum 10 in Bali 2024, you may register yourself at the registration desk in front of the ballroom during the coffee break session. So please take this opportunity to join us on May 2024 for the main event in Bali. Okay, for now, ladies and gentlemen, we provided for you the coffee and tea at the foyer area. We will break for 15 minutes and we will continue with the next panel session after the coffee and tea. Thank you and enjoy your coffee and tea, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to invite you to please enter the ballroom. Please return to your seat. We are about to continue with the next panel session after the coffee and tea break. Once again, I'd like to invite to all of the participants who are still outside of the ballroom to please enter the ballroom and please return to your seat. We are about to continue with the next panel session after the coffee and tea break. Thank you. Please be seated. May we have your attention, please, and kindly return to your seat. We are about to continue with the next section, which is panel session. For those who are already in the ballroom, please be seated. And for those who are still outside of this ballroom, please kindly return to your seat. Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this ballroom. We hope you enjoy the coffee and tea that we provided for you, and we will continue with the next session, which is panel discussion. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, we'll present the panelists with moderator to lead this session. For those who would like to invite to welcome on the stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Firdaus Ali. Yes, Mr. Firdaus Ali was born in 1961 in Riau, Indonesia, holds a PhD in environmental engineering from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA. With extensive experience, he served as a member of regulatory agencies and boards related to water resources in DKI Jakarta province from 2005 to 2015. And additionally, he has been the founder and chairman of Indonesia Water Institute since 2007. Focusing on water resources management and energy, currently he is a researcher and lecturer at the University of Indonesia. And since 2015, he has held key roles including Vice President of Asia Water Council and Water Resources Management, Senior Advisor for Indonesia, Minister of Public Works and Housing. He's already on the stage. Please give your applause, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mr. Firdaus Ali, who will lead this panel session until the lunch time. Okay, so Mr. Firdaus Ali, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it is a good day today. So for the first time, so I would like to appreciate the organizing committee. So as you know, so the sub-team 5, we are talking about how we overcome the issue related to the financial gap to fund the water project, not just Indonesia, but also around the world. So that's why 1 out of 6 of a sub-team for the 10 World Water Forums. So we try to have a long discussion how to establish kind of the global water fund to overcome the main challenges related to the availability fund to fund the water project, not just Indonesia, but also around the world. So this morning is a good opportunity. Yeah, thank you, Pak Fatah already left, and also Pak Eri Saputra. So we have so many distinguished guests this morning. We have 5 panelists, very distinguished panelists, to share with you all the brilliant thought related to the experiences that they have. They want to share with us. And also we have so many commentator, also the panelists that it will share with us how the issue related to the water fund that we want to discuss during our journey to the 10th World Water Forum in Bali. So starting for today, we only have 102 days before the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, from 18th of May to 24th of May. So last week we spent a long meeting in Bali, and also last week for the preparation of the 10th World Water Forum. So this morning, so I would like to, because we have so many panelists, distinguished panelists, so I am honored to be a moderator this morning. I think the workshop is very crucial. As we discuss the position, component, architecture of the proposed global water fund that initiated by Indonesian, because as you know, for the 10th World Water Forum, Indonesia as a organizing with World Water Council. So Indonesia, for the first time, as you know, maybe as you noticed, after Tokyo and also Seoul, and Indonesia, the 3rd country that hosts World Water Forum. We are lucky. We have fight during the 9th World Water Forum in Senegal in 2022, and somehow, all the governors, vote for Bali, for Indonesia to become host of the 10th World Water Forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we embark on a crucial conversation about securing and increasing funding for water infrastructure through the proposal, the post-global water fund. As you know, water is a fundamental resource that transcends borders, and addressing its challenges require, of course, innovative solutions. So without innovation, it's impossible to overcome all the issues related to the water, especially how to find the fund to support infrastructure related to the water. So the Global Water Fund represents a significant step toward sustainable water finance. So, and of course, your participation this morning, in this workshop, is very crucial, to bring, so many good ideas, and then we bring it to Bali during the 10th World Water Forum. So throughout our discussion, let's explore key issues, seize opportunities, and draw upon best practices. Together, we aim not only to identify, of course, the intricacies of the establishing of the Global Water Fund, but also to collaboratively draft a position paper that will guide future action to the water-related issue, especially for the Global Water Fund. Okay, it is our great hope, of course, that from this discussion we can gather all the information, insight from all panelists and participants, of course, to make the 10th World Water Forum in Bali become success, the World Water Forum ever. So the 10th World Water Forum in Bali is the perfect opportunity to strengthen commitment to the success of sustainable water management that, as you notice, we already hit the 8 billion population. not to mention about the climate change. So by 2050, it's going to be 9.5 billion people that need to serve, water supply and also sanitation and also how to overcome, like flooding, something like that, and drought, something like that. So before we proceed, with the panel discussion, I'd like to kindly remind our esteemed panelists that each presentation is allocated maximum 10 minutes. So because we are running out of time, so please be advised. We value your insight and expertise, and this time constraint is in the place to ensure that we have ample opportunity for discussion and contribution from entire panel together with us this morning. So once again, please be mindful of the time limit during your presentation for our distinguished panelists, and we appreciate your cooperation in keeping to the allocated time frame. So this will allow us to maintain a well-paced and interactive discussion. So once again, thank you for your understanding, and we look forward to the valuable insight you will be sharing with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to invite our first panelist, Mr. Bobby Wahyu Hermawan. Please give big round of applause for the Mr. Bobby Wahyu Hermawan. Please join us, Pak Bobby. He's director of Center for Climate Finance and Multilateral Policy, Fiscal Policy Agency from Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. He will be sharing their insight about the establishment of Pandemic Fund and Green Climate Fund as a benchmark. You have the floor, Pak. So please feel free to begin when you are ready. So as just to remind you, we only have 10 minutes, Pak. Okay, go ahead, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator Bapak Firdaus Ali and all participants. A very good morning to all of us. So this is our opportunity and our honor, our honor to share the establishment of the Pandemic Fund and Green Climate Fund as a benchmark. So we would like to share experience while we establish the Pandemic Fund and also Green Climate Fund from the perspective of the Ministry of Finance. With us today, I also bring my team in the technical level, so maybe later on we can have a further detailed discussion about the Pandemic Fund or the Green Climate Fund. So let me start with the Pandemic Fund. If you may aware, of course, the COVID-19, the pandemic has significantly affected our societies, and then the economic impact far outweighing any previous outbreak. So basically some of the very important lesson learned about the pandemic of the COVID-19 is that we have to be prepared from now on, because the cost of not being prepared is very, very high to the economy, to the society. And then in terms of pandemic, there is a chance that 50% we will experience another pandemic maybe in next 20 or 25 years. So we should be prepared and aware. And then of course the PPR, the prevention, preparedness and also readiness in the health sector is very critical. So, and in terms of this fund, the Pandemic Fund, this is an innovation addition to the International Health Financing Toolkit. So it's a multilateral platform dedicated to making investment in pandemic preparedness during peacetime. So this is very important. And then another important feature that we have to aware about the Pandemic Fund is that the speed of this fund was established and operationalized, shows that the international community can achieve when it works together. The international community, when it works together towards a common goal. So that's the Pandemic Fund background. And then let me go to the overview of the pandemic fund from the G20 perspective. So basically, when we talk about the pandemic fund, it starts from the G20, the high level in G20 Japan 2019. So at that time, we are talking about the how can we achieve what we call universal health coverage. And then we reaffirm at that year, we should form what we call G20 joint session on finance and health minister. So it's very high level among the G20 members. And then, of course, on the 2020, while the Saudi Arabia presidency, the world declared the outbreak of the global pandemic. And then we also have the extraordinary G20 Leaders Summit. So, and then we initiated the discussion about the need for long-term solution to address gaps in global pandemic preparedness and response, and mandated this discussion to be continued in the next presidency, the G20 Italy on 2021. So on the Italy presidency, we established what we call high-level independent panel that tasked with identifying gaps in PPR financing system and how provide solutions to fill these gaps by leveraging resources from the public, private, philanthropic, and also international financial institution. And then we also have commitment, the international commitment to strengthen the PPR, to establish formally what we call G20 Joint Finance and Health Task Force, which mandated also to report to the next presidency, which is Indonesia, about the PPR financing modalities that are G20 driven, inclusive, and also involve the central role of WHO. So during our presidency, the G20 Indonesia 2022, we also organized a lot of high-level meetings. And then the important thing is that World Bank and WHO prepare paper and presenting the PPR financing needs on the gaps and then financing modalities. This is kind of the very important background or basic, how can we address the gap and what kind of financing modalities that prepared by World Bank and WHO. And then as we aware that during our Indonesia presidency, the pandemic fund officially launched with the total contribution amount at the time $1.4 billion from 24 donors, and hosted, this is important, hosted by the World Bank with technical leadership by WHO. And then during our presidency, we also mandate the India presidency to discuss continuously about the future coordination of the Joint Finance and Health Task Force, and then how to assess the vulnerabilities from the next incoming pandemic. Next slide would be a brief history, maybe I already mentioned. So basically we formed the international task force under G20, what we call Joint Finance and Health Task Force under the Indonesia presidency 2022. And then the paper by WHO and also World Bank, it's very important as our basic how to address the financing gaps and modalities. And then on the next step at that time, we have the consensus between finance minister and central bank to address how to address this gap by establishing a new financial mechanism that we approve at that time by the finance minister and then central bank governor, hosted by the World Bank, and then technical leadership by WHO. And then June 30, it's very quick, the World Bank board approved the establishment what we call at that time financial intermediary fund to strengthen the pandemic PPR capacities. Later on, the financial intermediary fund, we call it the pandemic fund. And then the next step, on September 8 to 9, we inaugurate what we call governing board of the PPR, of the pandemic fund. And from Indonesia, we selected Dr. Khatib Basri as the board chair together with the Minister of Health from Rwanda. So the next one we launched on the November 13, 2020. we officially launched Pandemic Fund during G20, and then on March 3rd, 2023, we launched what we call first call for proposal of the Pandemic Fund. So up to date, we already have $2 billion raised, and then on July 19, the first call of proposal already disbursed the fund to around $338 to help 37 countries to strengthen their PPR capacity. And last December 2023, the second call for proposal already launched until I think May this year. So that's one of the history of the Pandemic Fund. And then quickly I will go to the next slide about the objective. So about this fund, it's provide a dedicated stream as additional, I can repeat again, this is a dedicated stream as an additional long-term funding for critical pandemic PPR function. In addition to IDA and IBRD countries, I mean for IDA and IBRD countries, the eligible countries, through the investment and technical support at the national level as well as regional and global level. A very important principle about the funding allocation is this fund is a complements the work of other institutions that provide international financing, and it is designed to catalyze funding from the private, philanthropic, and bilateral sources. And it serves as an integrator rather than become a new silo that only further fragmentation. And it has the flexibility to work through a variety of existing institutions and adjust over time as needed. And the structure should reflect inclusivity, and it's operate with high standard of transparency and accountability. This is very important principles. So the next one is about the governing board, or what we call governance of Pandemic Fund. Of course, the highest level is the governing board. At the moment, co-chaired by Dr. Hatib Basri from Indonesia and Dr. Sabin from the Rwanda. And then basically governing board represent all the donors and partners. The next slide we will discuss quickly how is the donors and partners. And then we'll talk about the strategy, work program, and funding decision. So on the left side, we have what we call very important organ is the trustee, which is the World Bank. So on the right hand side, we should have what we call technical advisory panel also by the WHO. So this is very important structure of the Pandemic Fund. Of course, to support all the operationalization, we have the secretariat from the international level, which is from the World Bank staff and WHO secondees. So this is the secretariat. And then how is the fund running? We can see from the slide. But the next organ under the secretariat or under the governing board, what we call implementing entities. The World Bank, WHO, other UN organization, and then regional development bank and others. So this is what we call implementing entities that are accountable for supervision and result reporting. Disbursement to beneficiary entities made under respective IS policy and procedures. So the disbursement should follow their procedures of the implementing entities. Of course, the beneficiary entities is the national government, regional bodies that from the eligible governments. The next one about the board composition, quickly I will talk about this, about the board chair. We have 9, the voting seats consist of 9 sovereign donors, 9 sovereign co-contributors, 1 foundation and philanthropies, and 2 CSOs. And then we also what we call non-voting seats, maximum 10, at the moment only 1 from the G20 representative and from TAP, Technical Advisory Panel Chair. And we also have observers, the trustee, secretariat, and implementing entities. Next one, very quickly, we will see how is the voting member list. Of course, from the 9 voting seats, we categorize as a constituency, US alone, and then European Commission, Italy, and Indonesia on the number 5. We are with UAE and India and Indonesia as 1 constituency, 1 voting seats. And then another country, maybe Japan, Australia, Korea, and Singapore, also in one constituency. And then the membership for the 9 voting seat, we can see who is the co-investors at that on the right-hand side. And then 2 voting seats from CSOs and 1 voting seat from philanthropies from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Rockefeller, and also Wellcome Trust. Next, very quickly, this is the contribution that already committed and some of them already disbursed. So we can see the figures. Indonesia itself contribute 50, million, I think, US dollar. And then we can see the figures who is the biggest contributor. European Commission in the Euro, 427, and then Norway, and then also USA. Later on we can share this figure as well to the team. Next, very quickly, this is just the first call of proposal. We already ran the first call of proposal and then 19 grants already disbursed. That include the single country proposal or multi-country or regional, and 37 countries already benefiting. And then the fund funded in the first call is 338 million US dollar. And then this is very important. Every $6 leverage for every $1 of PF grant provided. This is very important that $1 of the fund should be able to be leveraged. And then 75% of the grants to low income and also lower middle income countries. And quickly, now we are in the process of launch for the second proposal. The envelope at the moment, 500 million US dollar. Next one, I will talk also very quickly about the Green Climate Fund as a benchmark. Next one. So the GCF is the operating entity of financial mechanism from what we call United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. So it's established during the COP Conference of the Parties 16 in Cancun, Mexico on 2010. Officially started the operation on 2015. So basically it's established 2010 and start the operation 2015 with the quarter in the Songdo, South Korea for the GCF. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, it's established 2010, and then basically the GCF, as we all aware, that it helps country to achieve what we call NDCs, the National Determined Contribution, without burdening national budget. So this is the biggest climate finance in the world. On the right-hand side of the slide, we can see the architecture of the GCF. So basically we have what we call board, and then supporting by the secretariat and also the trustee or wali amanat. And then under that, in each and every country, we have what we call NDA, National Designated Authorities. In Indonesia, the Fiscal Policy Agency, the chairman is the National Designated Authority, and under that we have accredited entities in each and in every countries, and then executing entities. What is very important mechanism here, each of the country, the NDA should also what we call issue the no objection letter for each of the proposal that submitted to GCF board. And then it should be also disbursed through accredited entities in every countries. Next one.
Pak Bobby, we have 30 seconds, Pak.
Okay, 30 seconds. And then quickly, this is the resource mobilization of the GCF. So basically for the GCF, we have initial resource mobilization, and then first replenishment and second replenishment. The figures are on the screen. Next one. This is very quickly about the board structure. So we have a board that coming from the developed country, Germany, France, UK, and others. And then board structure from the developing countries, and each of the board each of the members, they have one alternate members. Next one, quickly, this is a position of Indonesia in the GCF board members. We are part of the China, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia constituency. Next one, it's I can skip this one. This is the role of our institution, the Fiscal Policy Agency, as the NDA, National Designated Authority. Next slide. This is how is the GCF funding to Indonesia so far. We can learn or discuss later on. And then next one, we have what we call project cycle. So this is a very important one, but for the time limitation, I think I will not go into detail. Maybe later on the technical team could have a discussion with our team as well. Next, the result funding areas. This is basically the mitigation and also adaptation. And then the GCF funding windows is the project or program funding, and RED Plus pilot program, and also the important one is the project preparation facilities. So this is another slide is about what constitutes a good GCF project. We can learn or discuss this, the next one. And then for the financial instrument, next one, for the DCF, they have what we call concessional loan, equity, grant, also guarantee. And next slide is about the who can be the accredited entities. So it's also developed based on the project size, project scale, and what are their fiduciary capacities about the accredited entities in every countries. In Indonesia, we already have PT SMI as accredited entities and the kemitraan. And then now we have a few of the entities that in the process as accredited entities. I think that's all that I could share, Pak Firdaus Ali. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Big applause for Bobby. So Pak Bobby really explained very well. So I think the information insight from Pak Bobby we can carry out for our discussion from Jakarta to Bali. So before we move to the next panels, I would like to invite all the speakers to join us in the stage. So I would like to invite Mr. Jason Jengrong Lu to join us on the stage. Please welcome, Pak. And also I would like to invite Mr. Yadi Jaya Ruhandi. Yeah, also join us on the stage. Okay. And also would like to invite Bapak Muhammad Salim to join also with us on the stage. And last but not least, also I invite Mr. Julian Smith, yeah, from PwC to also join us on the stage. Okay. So, as you see, all the distinguished panelists already joined us on the stage. So we would like, yeah, to move to the next panelists. Yeah, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Jason Jengrong Lu, yeah, from the World Bank Global Lead for Water and Finance, who will be shedding light on financial intermediary fund and as a tool for fund establishment. So, Mr. Jason, yeah, as I mentioned before, we only have 10 minutes time, so please keep concise with the time. So, time is yours, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Firdaus. Good morning, everyone. It's really been a pleasure to be here with you all. I used to manage a global infrastructure finance facility, GIF, for about 7 years. So very pleased to share my experience with you managing the GIF. GIF is one of the 5th financial intermediary fund, so it's quite a relevant topic here. The size is much smaller compared to a pandemic fund. We just talked about that's 2 billion. The GIF is about like 200 million today. Financial intermediary fund, I mean, based on the presentation you just heard earlier, you get a sense that what is the role and how it works. So I'm going to share with you a little bit more in terms of the how it operates and what are the lessons learned I have seen from managing the global infrastructure facilities. So financial intermediary fund, or FIF, it's really a type of a trust fund. It's a multilateral trust fund. Typically, what I've seen most often is funded by the donors. It plays a very important role in the international finance architectures. It provides a platform for the international financial corporations and channel the resources to address some of the critical issues that affect the global communities. The typical issues we have heard, like the climate, like the pandemics, healthcare issues, and infrastructure issues. It typically comes with a very clear political mandate And the establishment of a fifth typically rely on the political champions of the global leaders. It established with a specific goal that are often managed by international organizations like the World Bank or the United Nations. We have seen the UN start to play more and more important role in this space. So typically it's housed at one of those institutions. The World Bank often being asked to play the role as trustees. And here are some of the key roles that I've seen that the FIFA play in terms of fund establishment. First of all, it helps to pool all the resources. The FIFA allows the multi-donors to pool their resources together to increase the scale of funding for specific causes to make it easier to coordinate and distribute the monies. Second, it targets specific issues, as I mentioned already. It helps to direct the resources more effectively and create specialized interventions very quickly. Because of the fifth model, as you heard earlier, the big feature that is the implementing entities, right? These are the entities that have been mutually agreed by the donors, okay? So typically are the international organizations, the multilateral development banks, and the regional development banks. With this, and also there are some new entity potentially can be accredited going through an accreditation process. The importance to, not everybody can be an implementing entity because the fifth model relies on the implementation capacity of the implementing entities, which means that the administration, the secretariat will allocate the money according to the governing councils and governing bodies' instructions. Give the money to the implementing entities. The implementing entities basically will follow its own policy procedures, take all the risk it has. So that's quite a lot of responsibility in terms of the reputation risk, in terms of the quality of the project implementation. So with that, it's quite critical that who can be the implementing entities. So there's a bit of dilemma here as well. You want to have as many implementing entities as possible to be able to have a broad outreach and the implementing capacity. On the other hand, not all the implementation entities can meet the international standard to help you, give you the comfort to entrust the money to those entities. So that gives you another unique feature that with this kind of a setup, you'll be able to basically get the facilities, the fifth, started, as you have seen the case for the pandemic fund, right? The feature that they rely on the implementing entity to implement the projects help us to leveraging the expertise of the, in the case of GI, for example, the multilateral development bank, the regional development bank. So you rely on their implementing capacities and also rely on their global presence, right? So you don't have to establish a regional office everywhere, right? So, and also the existing infrastructure come with the hosting organization, the trustee like the World Bank. So you don't have to start from scratch every time or to reinvent the wheel. So one of the beauties of or the reason behind the pandemic fund can get it up running very quickly is because of those reasons behind that. The other important feature of that is, of course, the value is the risk management. You'll be able to leverage in the existing policy and the procedures of the implementing agencies, as I mentioned earlier. And also, it provides a risk-sharing mechanism for the donors. Some of the donors may, for them to take the risk alone or involving some of the innovations might be a little too much to take. So with this collective efforts, right, the fifth provides this kind of platform for them to work together to share the risk and share the benefit, of course, eventually as well. It, of course, is a nice platform to promote the international collaborations, and it's a true multilateral organizations, typically involving many multilateral donors, multi-stakeholders. As you heard from previous transactions, the slides, you also see many different stakeholders getting involved, typically, from the CSOs, from the philanthropies, in some cases the private sectors as well, and also, of course, the beneficiary partner, the beneficiary countries. for them to working together to address some of the global challenging issues. And then, so this is the background on the fifth. What's the benefit we have seen? A number of issues at which we looking at a new design or what kind of lesson learned from the existing fifth. I would say first of all is the scale. The World Bank policy for fifth typically these days calls for 200 million as a minimum to start. You need the scale of economies to be able to generate the impact that you want to see. The second one is really the financial sustainability over longer terms. Fundraising environment for most of the fifths come from the donors. So as I said, the fifth was established typically from the political champions, political leaders. Sometimes a hot topics or international community care about one thing, but that may move on over time. So if you only rely on one-time grant contributions, the funding might dry up later on. So how do you keep the momentum going to ensure the long-term sustainability is quite important. So to address that, I mean, we need to look at both ends. The CIF, one of the fifth climate investment fund, have a look at into the, what do we call that? The loan receivables, right? Securitization of the loan receivables, or the CLO. To securitize the future loan receivables to be able to have a new cash come in instead of going back to the donors all the time. So this is one of the things they have been piloting that for a few years. It's still not operation yet, but it's one way to think about that. The other thing is to look at it is really to explore encouraging donors to look at a multi-year funding commitment instead of just one-time contributions. Now that may not work with all the donors' internal process, but at least some of the donors actually have the physical space to do that. If that's the case, we should really leverage that. The other one is, of course, looking at the philanthropies. So you see that earlier, you have the Gates Foundation involved in contributed to the pandemic fund, which is a great thing to have. The other way to look at this is also important to be able to maximize the impact and minimize the concessionalities. All the money for most of the fifths come from the grant contributions. So how you leverage the donor contribution is a big topic. One of the ongoing discussions we have seen is the UN International Fund for International Finance for Education, IFFED. They actually been looking at how to explore new contribution models, have donor contributions through the guarantee instead of grant, looking at the capital market issuance to help them further leverage the donor contributions. So the donor will provide a portfolio guarantee to the MDBs, the implementing entities, so that the MDBs will be able to take on more risk, to have more lending capacity from them. So that'll give them much larger mobilizations. In theory, they say it's 1 to 27 times. Typically, most of the MDB leverage ratios or the mobilization ratio is somewhere between 1 to 4 or 1 to 5, and the pandemic fund earlier you heard is like a little bit higher. But generally speaking, I mean, this
Recording
new model
in progress.
IFAD was able to get it to much higher numbers. So that seems to be the new trend, actually. The donor actually pushing the multilateral development bank, looking into that kind of model to see what they can do more through the mobilization, through the leverage, right? And also getting the grant contribution from donors is getting more and more difficult. We see more donors is actually contributing guarantees through the guarantees instead of the grant or cash contributions. European Union, for example, or European Commissions and Swedish Development Agency, CEDA, they all start to use the guarantee as a way of contributing instead of giving the cash grant contributions. And then the other way to also keep in mind is I mentioned at the beginning, to maximize the impact with minimum concessionality is really look at the instrument, right? So what kind of instrument do you want to push out? Instead of have the traditional plain vanilla loan instrument, really to think about what will be the most effective ways to have a more leverage or mobilization effect. Look at an instrument through blended finance mechanism, for example, through guarantees, through first loss or second loss, and also through technical assistance. Early on, when we talked about the GCF, they mentioned a very important feature of that is the project preparations. So in the water sector, for example, we all realize if you talk to the private sector, often the feedback is money is not the issue. The key issue for them is, one is the policy regulation issues at the upstream, and the second one is lack of a bankable projects. So project preparation is very critical. For GIF, the Global Infrastructure Facility I used to manage, that actually have a leverage ratio typically. We focus on project preparations. We look at the deal that has closed. The leverage ratio, or the mobilization ratio actually can easily get to 1 to 100, 1 or 200 times. The reason being that is this is a critical roadblock for infrastructure development.
Mr. Jason,
So
we only
how
have
to,
30 seconds.
How to leverage the private sector is extremely important, yeah? Okay. I talked about the importance of the implementation capacities. One important thing to bring up is the governance issues. To have a streamlined, agile, and a nimble process in decision-making process, in the operation process is also critical. Some of the established funds we have seen that has a reputation being too complicated, take too long to get the money. Those are the things that you want to think about, how to design a very efficient governance structures. The governing structures, the decision making, typically for most of the fifth, is actually consensus basis. At the same time, the governing structures is a result or outcome of multilateral negotiations. So it gets very political. So how do you find a balance to meet all the key stakeholders' interests at the same time to make sure your operation is really nimble, agile, to make that more effective, to be able to generate the impact that you want to have. So take pause here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jason. So, for your valuable insights. So your expertise has provided valuable insight into the strategy for optimizing the fifth mechanism in context of a global water fund establishment. I think, that's good information for us. So I invite you to please give big round of applause to Mr. Jason. So before we move to the next panelist, so we are lucky today, Bu Nani Hendriyarti, Deputy Minister for Environmental and Forestry from Kemenko Marinvest. She cannot join us here, but Bu Nani will join us by Zoom. So as a responder, so I invite Bu Nani to give you your response. Bu Nani. Good morning, Bu Nani. Okay. Go ahead, Bu Nani. Bu Nani, please keep within 5 minutes your response, Bu Nani. Thank you, Bu.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Firdaus. So wait a second, because it's like second. Lumayan. Check. Yeah. Yeah. It's like
Bu Nani, we can hear you very well, Bu Nani. Go ahead, Bu.
Yeah, but in here we hear like what you call it?
Echoing.
Echo
Okay, I see. Okay. So technical issue. Okay, just wait.
But I think if I can go ahead, Pak Firdaus.
Yes, Bu. Go ahead, Bu.
Okay. So, okay, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. So distinguished speaker, guests, and also especially for Pak Firdaus Ali and also Honorable Bapak Heri Saputra Zuna for PG of the Infrastructure Financing. First of all, I would like to give appreciation for this series of the workshops that held by the DG Infrastructure Financing, Bapak Heri, and also to explore ideas on the possibility of the establishing of the Global Water Fund. In this good momentum, I would like also to share regarding the what we call the political process. That is the most important aspect and process among other processes in World Water Forum, the 10th, that will be held in Bali between 18 to 24 May this year. And we would like to say here that we have the issue that have been processed in a political process. The following, so we first we have the high-level segment of the head of state, and also the ministerial session that will adopt a ministerial declaration as one of the tangible outcome of the forum. And prior to the 10 of the World Water Forum, the two stakeholder consultation meeting were held both in Jakarta in January and also in the second one in Bali in October last year. At this stakeholder consultation meeting, there are 6 thematic sessions were held.
Kita membahas apa nih?
So the first is about the water security and prosperity, and the second one is water for human and nature. The third is about disaster risk reduction and management. And the fourth is about the governance, cooperation and hydro diplomacy. And the fifth, which is related with this topic of the workshop, is about sustainable water finance. And the last is about innovation and knowledge. So at the time of the World Water Forum, the results from the thematic session as well as from the regional session will be cross-discussed at the high-level panel session. So, and the next I would like to share that also on the ministerial declaration, this will incorporate as well as the result of the deliverable from the thematic, regional as well as from the parliamentary and local authority and local basin authority levels. So it also refers to the selling points of the ministerial declaration of the 1st until 9th of the World Water Forum. And as a main outcome of the 10th World Water Forum, the ministerial declaration was drafted by the Government Indonesia and World Water Council. And the draft, the zero draft, has been discussed during the first preparatory committee meeting in January, and that even attended by 8 days, and we have received the input. And after that, we are now preparing for the first draft, and then this draft will be discussed in March, in the 4th week of March in Paris. So then our target in Bali, we will have discussion or session to discuss about the substance, but it's only like wrap up, and then our target to adopt the ministerial declaration.
Halo Bu Nani, So I think we got the communication issues between this building to the Menko Marine Fest. So once again, okay, Bu Nani, you still with us?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, but I think the last year, Pak, so I think I would like.
Okay, so I think that's the matter of the communication channel.
Recording in progress.
Bu Nani?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, Bu Nani. We still have 2 minutes, Bu.
Yeah, okay. I think the last 2 points, I would like to also mention here that the topic of the water finance is part of the thematic session. So it will be the substance will be discussed during the session, and also we beside that we will have the annex of the Ministerial Declaration as a compendium of the concrete deliverables. So this will consist of the list of the concrete projects of the member countries which have significant impact as the bilateral and regional level. It's not only limited to infrastructure, but also can be possible for other activities as the capacity building. So of course, this project is closely related with the financing. This lead financing, which may come also from some sources, not only from public fund, but also can be also from international organization and others. So then maybe we can also having such kind of the blended finance to give like to support, to finance these activities. So we can link this, and I think the last point from me, I think it's lost.
No, still okay, Bu. Go ahead.
So
Bu.
I think the last. Hello.
Yes, Bu. Okay, go ahead.
Firdaus?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, Bu. We can hear Bu.
Yeah, I think there's a problem. Yeah.
No, it's okay, Bu. You can continue, Bu. Yeah.
Okay. So last point, Pak. So I think this global water fund is a very good initiative because we can see that is big interest from different stakeholders, such like in the spring at the stakeholder consultation meeting last time in Bali. So there's very big, attention to this. Then I think regarding for this initiative concerning the process, progress, and challenging aspects, it could not limited to only in opportunity to be part of the Ministerial Declaration, but also we agree to support this initiative and will be continue to discuss with the partner in high-level panels. And from this, we expect to have output as well, the summary and also the chair statement that could be follow up and then also realize for the near future. So I think this is our hope, that because we need this, and then we would like to keep this as in the progress. So with fruitful deliverables from this workshop, and very apologize that I cannot be there, and then we have a technical problem as well. So wish for the success for this workshop. Thank you so much, Pak Firdaus Ali, and also others participants. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Bu. Please give big round to Bu Nani. Thank you so much, Bu Nani, for sharing your valuable insight and contributing to our discussion. So I think what Bu Nani already explained from the thematic, regional, and also political process. So the 5 sub-theme, about the financing, sustainable financing. So that one thing that we want to pursue in Bali, during the 10 World Water Forum. That's what Bu Nani also emphasized. So let's move to the next speaker. So I am excited to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Yadi Jaya Ruhadi, the President Director of PT Dana Reksa. He will be delving into showcasing Indonesia Water Fund. Mr. Yadi Jaya Ruhadi, we are eager to hear your thought and critical aspect of our workshop today. So, time's yours. So once again, since we have running out of time, only 10 minutes, Pak. So I will remind you maybe 1 minute before the time. Go ahead, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Firdaus Ali. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Tata mentioned, I just wanted to share about the Indonesia Water Fund, and I'm not sure about the Global Water Fund, but what we are trying to hear is to really provide solution to the Indonesian water situation. As mentioned earlier, there's a major funding gap between for the achievement of 2024 RPGMN and then 2030 SDG targets regarding the access to proper and safe water. And so we understand that there is a funding gap, and as within the Bappenas as well, there's already 10 million additional resident connection that requires around 123 trillion in funding, and the allocation from government is only provide 75% of those total funding needs. Even as 2023, from the chairman of Perpansi, it's only 20% that is the household has access to pipe water, and the funding required is to close this gap around 10 trillion. 10% is around 300 trillion. So there are obviously a funding gap within the system, the Indonesian water industry. But what requires is, probably we'll later on discuss, is not only an innovative alternative funding, which we are providing through Indonesia Water Fund, but also suitable investment climate and also commercially viable investment framework. And we'll show you why Dana Reksa and its strategic partners is positioning well in terms of providing a bit of solution into the Indonesia Water Fund and also the alternative funding needed here. These are some of the Indonesia Water Fund is an alternative equity platform, basically for commercially clean water infrastructure project, and it's designed to basically to do to invest into an operating projects and to provide some of the funding gap as mentioned earlier. The total fund managed is around 15 trillion in equity, so it's able to address around 45 trillion total project costs, and it also designed to be an investment platform to be accessible to all type of investors, public, private, onshore and offshore. So we are creating this fund to provide even more access for all other investors other than strategic players. But the Indonesian Water Fund is really to do the equity recycling plus new project, is really accelerating access to the clean water, and really only to address to the investors that wanted to invest after the construction, and also have the strategic players managing the operational risk for the investors. So and Dana Reksa is really here to support the IWF, Indonesia Water Fund, because we actually a multi-sector SOE, and we have, as well as we have technical expertise from our strategic partners as well. So in the next slide, as a general partners within the Indonesia Water Fund, Danareksa and the select partners really ready to prepare the project, which is one of the crucial issues within Indonesian water industry, is really project preparation. And we are actually adopting the source to tap approach to ensure the commercial viability of investment. And within our members of our SOE, we have actually a quite complete component within the Danareksa ecosystem. We have PGT1 and PGT2 that are able to basically tasked to manage the air baku, the source water. We have the consulting engineering basically to help project preparation, and we have our own construction company to ensure that the development and the construction of the project are able to meet the operational standard of the investors. And we also have the operation so-called expertise with our partners to basically manage the project after its COD. And within the approach itself, we wanted to ensure that the approach is really end-to-end, source to tap, and we are currently working with one or two projects that really try to address the problem from intake to water treatment plant, to the reservoir, to the transmission, all the way to distribution pipe. And these are the approach that we wanted to ensure, because if learning from the past, some of the project development is not designed to address the whole approach of source to tap. Just moving on, these are some of the why Danareksa is capable of doing that, because as mentioned earlier, Danareksa is a multi-sector SOE holding company with a clear mandate on water resource management. Within our group, we have as mentioned, construction. We have a construction engineering company. We have a water resource management company under our ecosystem, actually coordinated by us. And also we have industrial estate that really be able to capture the demand within the industrial estate. So currently what we are doing is not only focusing on the household water connection with PDIM, we are also enhancing the source to tap clean water infrastructure within our industrial estates. So we, even within ourselves, we wanted to ensure that the problem from end to end is being addressed. And our industrial estate is one of our area that able to absorb the supply and be able to distribute the demand to the tenants. And within ourselves also, we have a financial service that able to take on some of the early risks in terms of financing, and therefore we are able to provide end-to-end solution to that as well. So these are some of the what you call it, showcasing why we are uniquely positioning into Indonesia Water Fund. And for that, we are basically, being asked to leverage on Indonesia Water Fund into the potential embryo for the establishment of Global Water Fund. And within that, Danareksa is well positioned to receive a seed capital from Government of Indonesia. And that is already being discussed in terms of the governance structure, how you are involving other donors and so on and so forth. But what I like to mention here, as also mentioned earlier, is the government. I think there should be a good intervention with regards to the preparation of the pipeline. The PDF facility will need to be enhanced as well, and And also within the construction itself, we will need also government intervention in terms of the VGF, because many of the project is not it may be economically feasible, but it's not financially feasible, and also some of the risk within is really attached to the political risk. So we'll need to address some of the regulatory framework as well. And as we all know, water is very much a local, so-called local issues, but yet becoming a global issues. And therefore, yes, we have this Indonesia Water Fund. We would like to leverage this into Global Water Fund, but the solution within the local, the water rests very much within the political process and local issues. But Indonesia Water Fund, of course, can be leveraged into a global water fund, and we are open to that as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Yadi Jaya Ruhadi. So please give a big round of applause. Yeah, thank you so much for insightful presentation. So yeah, I think what Pak Yadi explained to us, what Dana Reksa is as one of the state-owned enterprise initiative to help the government and also community to support water project. So that's why today we get together how to discuss and to find the good solution for the sustainable finance for the water project. So now let's seamlessly move on to our next panelist. So I'm delighted to introduce my friend Mr. Muhammad Salim, because old friend. So I think almost 5 years we don't meet each other, Pak Salim. After I'm leaving Jakarta, and Pak Salim also lead the AITRA before. So Pak Salim, who will be sharing their perspective and how to tap commercial investment into global water fund. Pak Salim, the floor is now yours. We are eager to hear your insights. So once again, 10 minutes, limited time for you to sharing with us. Go ahead, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Firdaus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I like to share our experience to completed project and operation of the water sector in Indonesia. Our company, Moya Indonesia Group, already involved in the water sector since 2011 by contract agreement with the PDAM Kabupaten Bekasi in the year of 2011 at the capacity of 1,000 liters per second. By that time, our commercial bank, national or international, didn't support yet. They don't interested to the water project, maybe, and we are using our own equity to complete the project. Right now, Moya Indonesia Group already have 30,500 liters per second and the 10 operation site, and those give us around 52% of EBITDA margin. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know that our pipe water coverage is still low, is around 20% if I'm not mistaken, and government of Indonesia want to have around 30% in year of 2030. And of course, with the limitation of fiscal and our government, they ask participation of private sector also to involve in the water sector. I got the number. The number is around 86.7 trillion in year of 2024. However, not only working on the new infrastructure but also there are still many things to be done in the existing infrastructure because they are all old infrastructure anyway. And because of the climate change, we also problem with the raw water, both quality and also the quantity. This will lead the development of the water sector more challenging. Of course, we have to have alternative solution to do that. Alternative investment model, also longer term financing source has to be tapped to the water infrastructure development, attract them to enter to this development. I think this one is the obligation of government, how to stimulate all those private sector to help government. There are several things in our opinion in order our private sector can speed up the gap of the pipe water coverage. I think the model of source to the tap introducing by government is good model, and I think we need to enhance and encourage all the development using this kind of development, either regional development, local development, or also bundling development. Sometimes when we do the unsolicited development, we found many of the development not so visible, not visible in view of investor. For those kind of thing, I think we are proposed to government of Indonesia to give those kind of development like PSO for the public, for the PLN. So we need also apply for the water sector. Otherwise, for development are not visible, will not go if we don't have any kind of thing. Secondly, I think if possible, the flexibility of project internal rate of return not is proposed to be until quote unquote 15%. And also, if possible, because of the fluctuation of foreign currency, we request to have protection against the fluctuation of the currency for the water charge given by private sector. And all stakeholders who working on the development, we need commitment, both during the construction and operation. I think one of the example, stakeholders, all the parties having very good commitment when we do Semarang Barat development. That was one of the example, all parties very commit and doing this development. If possible, private sector much like to have unsolicited compare with solicited, because we can run and simulate win-win solution among the private sector and also PDAM. Last one, sometime the risk we already allocated in the contractual agreement not committed by anybody. So we have to commit any risk that already allocated among us during the construction and also during the operation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think one example I like to mention in here is Barang Barat project development. The project costs around 637, if I'm not mistaken, billion rupiah. 417 from the private sector and the rest from the government. This is a blended project, first time I think in Indonesia. And the result, right now our operation already more than what we already planned at that time. In year of 2023, the planning at that time established by SME around 500 liter per second. And right now, we already in the 630 liter per second. I think based on the current situation, we predict Semarang Barat will be break-even point earlier than what we are having during that tender at that time. I think thank you. That's all I have. Terima kasih Pak Firdaus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak, thank you Pak Salim. Yeah, I think what Pak Salim already mentioned about the best practice in Semarang Water, West Semarang Water Project. So Pak Salim sharing with us, in order to invite the investor to join us to help, government and also community to provide more water. So I think one Pak Salim forget to mention beside the IRR, there's attractive IRR, but also I think all the investor need to have the secure tariff actually, Pak. So without securing tariff, I don't think the investor will be interested in that one. So 3 years ago during my conversation with Pak Basuki, so Pak Basuki asked me, Pak Firdaus, why the achievement in water, pipe water is so low compared with other infrastructure projects. So I said, Pak, so first one is control about the water supply is not totally in our central government, but now it's devolved to local government. The second one, we have also issue about how to provide raw water. But the most important thing to attract the investor, how can we set up attractive and secure tariff so the investor will convenient to join with the water project. So for example, for the road toll project, so the tariff set up by the central government, by BPJT Pak Ari, but the water project based on the Permendagri. So the local parliament still need to approve the water adjustment, tariff adjustment. So I think what Indonesia Water Institute, my institution, proposed to have the national regulated tariff for the water sector. That's one thing to attract, to give the security for the investor to join to the water project. Once again, Pak Salim, thank you for your insightful. So let's move to our next speaker. So now I would like to invite Mr. Julian Smith, ESG Government and Infrastructure Leader from PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC Indonesia. He will be shedding light on the important factor and perspective on global water fund. That's why we need to establish the global water fund. So Mr. Julian Smith, the floor is yours once again, because we are running out of time. So please keep within 10 minutes. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Firdaus. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very lucky that I'm the last speaker, so I don't have any slides. I've been listening, and I hope I can make some constructive comments. And I've also read the position paper that's been developed by, I think, Pat Harry and some colleagues. I think this was a great panel because I think there are some good insights from the Pandemic Fund, the GCF, from the World Bank, from the Indonesia Water Fund, and also from the guys who are actually implementing the projects on the ground in Moya. And I think, so I have 5 points for the Global Water Fund to consider. The first is, what are the targets? What is it trying to achieve? And I think it has to go beyond drinking water. It has to consider the whole water cycle, because sometimes if you're extracting drinking water, you create flood management issues. And actually, if you're trying to make projects financially feasible, maybe you need to look at the revenue from hydropower as well. And I think there's an important role here, because if we look at the role of the private sector is reluctant to invest in dams generally because some of them have had adverse economic, environmental and social consequences. But the role of a World Water Fund with donor involvement can maybe reassure investors about the quality of the projects and the environmental and social considerations. I think the next point is to decide whether the fund is strategic or transactional. And I think what we heard from the Indonesia Water Fund, it's actually very strategic, trying to actually solve the problems rather than just looking at transactions that come along. Whereas my understanding of the GCF is it's there inviting proposals, but, and maybe it's understandable because the climate crisis is a big problem. It can't solve it single-handedly. But I think with the Water Fund, it should be proactive and looking at where it can best deploy its funds to solve problems rather than just calling for proposals. And it's interesting because the global water crisis has been around a lot longer than the climate crisis. It doesn't need new technology, it just needs focus to solve it and to give people enough to drink and to manage flooding and other issues. The next one is, still though, there's a question about how to prioritize. There are a lot of countries in the world, each with their water projects. I think there's a good example from the World Bank, which is supporting Indonesia with urban transport. And what the World Bank's doing is it helps municipalities prepare sustainable urban mobility plans to make sure that the investment that then comes in is properly targeted at solving the right problems. And it's supporting many municipalities at the same time. So you can get a lot of knowledge sharing and synergy from a program for a country, rather than just doing one project in one country, one project in another country, which therefore has high transaction costs. The other point is, my fourth point is how to differentiate the World Water Fund from what everybody else is doing. And I think something I heard about I think it was the pandemic fund was very interesting, is actually looking at the other players, looking at the gaps, and then catalyzing, and not replacing what other people are doing, but mobilizing resources in order to solve specific problems. In water, there's a specific issue about cross-border. You know, for example, Ethiopia has lots of abundant water resources, but if it builds dams, people in Sudan won't have enough to drink. And I think having a global, politically neutral fund, particularly if it's sponsored by a country like Indonesia, which is respected around the world and is non-aligned, can actually help to make such projects happen in a way that is beneficial to all the parties, rather than just taking water away from one country and giving it to another. My fifth point is about, and here I'd look more at what the Indonesia Water Fund is doing and MOIA, rather than the Pandemic Fund and GCF, because I think in water there are a lot of proven private sector investment models. So I think there's an opportunity to have a lot more private money than perhaps in the other cases. And I think maybe the Water Fund should set a target that for every dollar of public or concessional money, there should be $4 or $5 of private money brought into the water industry. And I think this would be very useful, because from in PwC, our dealings with global infrastructure investors, they're all very excited about renewable energy, toll roads. Well, a lot of them invest a lot in transport, for example, but the water sector is not well understood and doesn't receive the focus. But the money is there, and actually water projects can be relatively low risk compared with, say, airports, for example. So I think the way for the new fund to be most impactful and to have them maximize its impact is that leverage point. So those are my 5 points, but I just wanted a quick comment on the types of instruments. And I think this is actually something about how to leverage the private sector. And what the Water Fund could do is have standardized instruments tailored to the water sector. For example, some sort of, because a lot of what's needed to bring in private sector money is de-risking. It's what the World Bank already does a lot of, and IIGF in Indonesia also does. So making sure that the investors don't have to worry about political risk, whether the governments will honor their commitments, the local government will honor its commitments or not. But also not just political risk, but some of the specific project risks, so non-revenue water. One of the challenges in Indonesia has been that the private sector builds the water treatment plant, but then the local water company is slower than anticipated in actually rolling out the distribution network. So the demand for water doesn't materialize as fast as it should have done. And I think that's, you could have a very standardized de-risking instrument for revenue growth in the earlier years of a project. And combined with maybe hands-on strategic support to help mitigate the risk rather than just a financial instrument. The last point, I think, is it should not be a single fund. It probably is several different funds, because the types of investors that want to invest in water treatment may be different from those who would want to invest in irrigation, for example. It depends how wide we go across the water cycle. And while some projects may cover several aspects, others may be more focused on one particular angle. And also some investors are more interested in greenfield projects, some are more interested in brownfield projects. So I expect that once the fund sort of sets its targets, it will then find it needs a portfolio of funds to attract different types of investors and match them appropriately with the projects. Those are my thoughts. I hope it's a useful contribution. Happy to be very keen to continue in being involved in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Julian Smith. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Smith. So I think good thing also that you mentioned about the NRW. So that's the big challenges also for the water sector, pipe water Indonesia. You know this, like Jakarta, we still have 46% NRW in Jakarta itself. So I think it's good way. So let's move to the next phase of our discussion this morning. So I think we invite Floor to give some thought or comments. So for the first one, I invite Mr. Edwin Saruzat, the President, Director PT Sarana Multi Infrastructure atau SME, to share their thought on this matter. Please keep the time because we are very concise, because we are running out of time. Please help okay, go ahead, Pak. The microphone ready with yours. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm very delighted to be part of the conversation with regard to the water and water fund establishment. I don't want to replicate what Julian has addressed, 5 points about the right target, the right strategy, prioritization and differentiation. Yeah. And also, I think the most important part is the point number 5, that I think water fund has to address how can we leverage private money to coming in, because it really, I think water has really relied on public money so far, and we are delighted to be, I think, we are looking forward to future collaborating with, I think, Water Fund, because PTSMI is also an institution that provide lending to water sector, whether it is private. We lend to Moya Group, quite a lot. We have I think commitment lending 3.5 trillion and outstanding lending of 1.5 trillion. We are also trying to unlock the potential lending to PIDAM, because some PIDAM like PEDAM Surabaya, where Pak Salim is the previous CEO of PAM Surabaya, I think has a potential to grow, and from different angle also very important. I think not only lending for increasing coverage, but lending for a non-revenue water reduction program. I think it is also important to be part of the thematic of the fund, and of course I think blending financing with other de-risking, de-risking to the projects, I think would be also a good thematic, because in absence of I think deep bond market or project bond market here in Indonesia, I think water fund can play a role in the provision of de-risking mechanism to be part of the asset class in the future. And last but not least, I think we in MOF together with IIGF has also involved very heavily in the project preparation. So whether the PDF can also be part of the target for the water fund, so that it's like infraco type of whereby the fund is also involved in the project at the very beginning. The fund is also involved in like unsolicited project, be part of the project facilitator, prepare the project and voluntarily bid for the tender. In such way it can also diversify investors to be involved in the water sectors. I think at the end of the day we are looking for collaboration, because we have balance sheet. We have also involved in many areas of water, and I think we have also access to borrowing from World Bank, ADB, and access to knowledge from those institutions who can also design a water project in a better manner.
Thank you, Pak Edwin. So please give a big round of applause for Pak Edwin. So your comment, your input is very valuable, Pak. So I think, that's why today we are get together here to discuss about the gap that we are going to close. Just to remind you, when the government set up the 10 million house connection, so at the time when the government calculate the amount of the money that we need, there's almost 123 trillion. And unfortunately, the APBN itself only can support only 21 trillion. And then if we combine the local government capacity, fiscal capacity, only 15.6 trillion. That's why we need the investor to help us. So one more thing. Every year, average population growth is 1.33%. But the surface coverage increasing only small amount, only 0.5%. So to close the gap is very difficult. That's why we need to overcome about the funding issues. So I would like to invite the additional insight. So I think I invite Mr. Andre Permana. Pak Andre Permana is the Director of Business PT Penjamin Infrastruktur Indonesia. I think Pak Andre can share the valuable insight how to overcome the idea to set up not just Indonesia Water Fund but also the Global Water Fund. Pak Andre Permana, so I think please make your comment concise, Pak. Go ahead, Pak.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good day everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you Pak Firdaus, all the panels, distinguished guests and colleagues. First of all, from ourselves as a part of the de-risking instruments, as also part of the fiscal policy and fiscal tools from the Ministry of Finance. I think hearing and welcoming the initiative for the Global Water Fund and also Indonesia Water Fund is very in line to our mandate in terms of how to accelerate investment for the public infrastructure from private sectors. So this is something that I think similar to what Pak Edwin said, that the issues, especially for us, because we are now not only in the project preparation, and I think in the guarantee side, we already at least around 6 effective guarantee has been provided to the PPP projects, and some other projects are still under preparation, and some of them are not proceeding. I think here we can say that there's some homework in terms of each parties, especially in the public sectors, to resolve first in terms of the alignment of policies, alignment of objective of interest of each parties towards the needs for water, better water provision, and also the capacity issues, because we see that the execution is done through the PDAMs, the local utility company. And I think as part of our lessons learned by providing guarantees, and I should tell you here that we already paying some guarantee claims, and I think this is something that can be seen as either both positive or negative. Yeah. Probably in terms of positive side, we see that how we actually play a role in keeping the project sustainability and to enhance the project structure at the same time. And this is something that hopefully this collaboration platform, either the IWF or GWF, can play a role in that area as well. So specifically, I think in terms of the water and sanitation sector, I think we can see so many types of projects, not only the water supply, but also for the utilization for water resources, the dam and so on, and also the clean water or the wastewater, I mean, treatment. And I think this is something that heavily dependent of now, especially for Indonesia, on the regional government's policies. So this is something that we need to look at very carefully, because we don't want to also having this kind of platform. It's like removing or lowering the interest from the regional governments to improve themselves or to endorse themselves in a public provision of the infrastructure. And here I think having the role as the enabler, especially through our guarantees as a financing enabler, we also play part in the project enabler side with the PDF and some project preparation efforts, and hopefully with the other part, which is being ecosystem enabler. This is something that's also very important. I think with having this kind of platform can also provide, let's say, not only the typical technical assistance, but really targeted capacity building in terms of each institution or each officials then should be in line with the initiative. I think in terms of let's say the local utility companies like PDAM, I think this is one of the target that because we don't see so many of them are in really good shape for investment. And I think this is not only happen to Indonesia, I think in many areas as well. And I think specifically for the Indonesia Water Fund, Pak Yadi, I'm really happy to see your slide on how it's not only for the brownfield areas, but also you try to address the issues in the greenfield projects and how. And I think this is something that we can deeply can cooperate together. And I think looking at each element of supply chain of the water provision, what are the gaps and how we can fill it in terms of the financing, funding, or capacity. I think this is something that we can cooperate further. And I think lastly, in terms of the risking instruments, and I think the presentation from Pak Bobby and Jason of how the guarantees can also play part in this fund. I think this is something that we can explore in terms of, let's say, having cooperation with other multilaterals or bilateral agencies. And I think we have been doing this for quite some time. I think this can be something that we can share further with the platform that we are developing for the water sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andre. Please give a big round of applause to Pak Andre for your comment and also, comments. So, I think we have so many online participants. So I'd like to invite one question that addressed to all the participants. So this is online question. So question is to all the panelists. Indonesia is the 16th largest economy in the world by nominal GDP and the 7th largest in terms of the GDP. Indonesia is now considered as a developed nation along with Norway, Germany, Australia, Canada, disqualified from the status of the developing economy back in 2020. This requires a different approach to fund and finance domestic water infrastructure compared to the pandemic fund, as example explained by before. And meaning a significant shift from relying on foreign aid and donor contribution to fully scale commercial investment and lending. What is proposed approach to the newly proposed fund to accommodate for changing condition and prepare the industry to be ready for commercial investment? I think I will start from you, Pak Smith.
If I heard the question correctly, I think it's reinforcing one of the points I made, which is that there are a lot of proven commercial models for investment in the water sector. So one idea I had is that if you have an overall world water fund, a significant proportion of that funding should be allocated to an appointed private sector investment manager. So just in the case of Danareksa, I know Danareksa is a state-owned enterprise, but it's operating in a commercial way, and it's managing the fund in a commercial way to achieve a financial return. I think that's the difference from, say, the pandemic fund or the global or the GCF, and I think that's how you would maximize the impact of the World Water Fund. You still, of course, need some funds for technical assistance, maybe for preparing national water resource plans, etc., and to make sure that there is a pipeline of good quality projects with properly mitigated environmental and social risks.
Okay, thank you, Pak Smith. So I think, I would like Pak Bobby to respond to that question. Pak Bobby, go ahead, Pak Bobby.
Well, thank you, Pak Firdaus. So as we are talking about the global fund, global water fund. So this is one. This fund would be kind of led by Indonesia in the international example. And then based on this question, Indonesia now is moving forward to the upper middle income class. And then the approach as Indonesia as a kind of in this question, it's kind of similar with other countries like I mentioned about Norway and everything. So basically, we are more than happy as like a seed capital to put a seed capital in the global water fund. So Indonesia is being recognized as pioneer in this fund as a global water fund, and then we will invite another international donor as well from other countries and international commitment. This is very important. So in this case, this approach will show Indonesia how to lead the other international countries, and of course, Indonesia as a upper middle income class now. Indonesia kind of a shift in the paradigm how to be able to give as well to give to other country as well. But in the meantime, we also kind of compete with other countries as well to prepare a good project with a good preparation to fund it in our national interest as well. So this is a very important one, that the project preparation as well as the risking facilities and also the commercial aspect of our project for our national interest. So we can play double role here as a donor, and then we set up the fund as a pioneer, and then we as a nation also compete with the commercially viable project in Indonesia. I think that's my response.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you.
very good, Bobby. So I would like to also listen from Pak Jason. What is your response to that question, Pak Jason? Go ahead, Pak.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully agree with what has just been shared already. Just to emphasize that the point I also mentioned earlier, the instrument, right? What the fund instrument should be designed as. You should really focus more on the catalytical role of using of the capital from the fund. Raising money is getting increasingly difficult, and if you can make a case of the leverage, the mobilization impact to donors, it's a much more compelling story. But also, the areas where the private sector need in terms of the gap filling, where you can have the most impact is really on the, if you look at the value chain of the project development, look at from upstream in terms of the policy reforms, instituting buildings, to midstream, to the, which means the project development, project preparations, to the downstream, which is the investment and the guarantee instrument. If you look at this value chain, what you really need from private sector is the support from the upstream and the midstream. Especially in the project preparation side, our experience at the global infrastructure facility is that typical infrastructure project preparation cost is somewhere between 2 to 3% or 5%, sometimes as high as 10%. This is the area where typically either the government or the private sector don't have the risk capital to involve in the early stage of the project development, and also don't have the technical skills to develop those projects. I think that's where the area that they need most of the support, in addition to what you need from the upstream in terms of policy or that. So, money is just only one aspect of the challenge we have seen in the entire value chain. In the end, if you don't address the issue in the upstream and the midstream, you have to, money just only, or the financing is only part of the solutions. And where you need the most is really in the policy reforms in the upstream, and also help investors address the issues on the risk and also on the project preparation. Project preparation will help you expand the pipelines of the investment projects, which we heard repeatedly from the investor, both domestically and internationally. Money is not the issue. The issue is lack of bankable projects. So help them make the project available and help them de-risk the project. In the end, is where you open the door for the private sector to come in. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. So I think, yeah, to give more response, so I would like to invite Pak Yadi. For the question, same question, Pak Yadi. Go ahead, Pak Yadi.
Yeah, I think just I tend to agree with some of the respondents from the panelists. But water project, in order to bring a commercial investment right into the right project preparation is key. Dealing with the implementation of the project itself, where there's an interaction between the water and the so-called the regulatory and so-called the political process within the local government is also a key issue. And therefore, enabling agencies such as IIGF is key as well in terms of de-risking some of the risks within the project to only the political risk within the project, so that the commercial investment is only exposed to the so-called technological risk, the so-called operational excellence. So I think things like that are able to be assumed by the private sectors. So a key is project preparation. Key is also how to de-risk the project going forward in terms of implementation stage with the presence of the government in terms of the de-risking the political risk as well. And I'm coming from the IGF as well before, but the problem with that is very much of the project preparation stage is in the structuring of the project itself, and therefore there's like Pak Salam was mentioning, we tend, as investors, we tend to want to structure the project so that it really applicable to the current condition. while some of the so-called the regulation with regards that our private sectors are able to access the political risk guarantee is not yet able to cater to the unsolicited projects. Those are so-called the problems that would need to be addressed as well. So yes, I think we should be able to leverage the private capital, but then very much the homework are still within the public sectors to ensure there's a good and business safe environment to for us as a IWF to be able to invest and really replicate and be able to create a good business environment for private capital to be in.
Thank you so much, Pak Yadi. Your response on that question. So, I think Pak Selim, you are very long experience. So I think I'd like to invite your comment, your answer, respond on that question also, Pak Selim.
Thank you, Pak Firdaus. I think for investor is the Global Water Fund is one of the alternative. So the fund source much more. I mean, is good for us as long as the term of the tenor of the fund is long term, because the water infrastructure is a long term project. Based on our experience, I think 8 to 12%, 8 to 12 years, the project will have a payback. So we need to have more source, variation of the source. I think is better for us. No matter what's the name of the source, as long as giving us a long-term loan, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Selim. So I think all the panelists already respond for those questions. So I still have one question from Pak Raymond. So please show us the question. So Pak Raymond is a water infrastructure specialist. And also, Pak Raymond also involved in the sub-team one. I forgot for the bidang satu ya Pak ya. Okay. So the question from Pak Raymond, financing and the drinking water sector through IWF still required institutional and regulatory effort because this funding source resembles a common market-based financial instrument. The financial flow in the IWF framework tend to collect funds from investors, which are invested to brownfield in drinking water services sector. Although it also offers a one-stop solution involving construction and operation maintenance processes of water supply system. However, there are some basic differences to compare IWF with the Global Water Fund that are currently being developed, for example, VGF issues. Currently, there are many projects that have been qualified and are within the IWF pipeline. Concerning the drinking water portfolio in Indonesia has not yet been considered a safe business environment. So I'd like to invite who's going to respond in this tough question. So are you going to respond, Pak Jason or Pak Bobby?
I think it's project level, I think.
Okay, so we move to the Pak Selim and Pak Yadi. Go ahead, Pak. It's a very tough question actually.
I think it's also, we've discussed this issue before as well, but in terms of the drinking water portfolio within our fund, we have some pipelines that are still there are issues that needs to be addressed, and some of the issues are very much a so-called political issues as well, local political issues as well. We mentioned about the tariff commitments. We mentioned about the political changing with the local government are able to influence the project itself, right? And also not to mention when we prepare a project, the financial capacity and also the operational capacity of the PDM itself. It also needs to be addressed. But that actually can be addressed so long as there's a commitment from the local government to ensure that the projects are really feasible and bankable for private sectors to invest in. So yeah, we basically, like Jason said, the money is there. We just need to so-called commit and roll up our sleeve in terms of project preparation, in terms of engaging with many of stakeholders within the private sectors as well. And if you look even further, I think there's a regulatory environment that needs to be so-called adjusted and synchronized from center to down to the local government that also needs to be addressed as well. So there are a bit of homework that needs to be done even from ourselves as a central government and as local governments, like to synchronize the policies within, so that the portfolio that is being developed is safe for business environment, safe for commercial investors to invest in.
Thank you, Pak Yadi. Pak Selim, do you want to respond on that question, Pak? Okay, can you show the question from Pak Raymond so Pak Selim can read that question? Pardon, Pak? Can you read, Pak?
I cannot read.
Okay, so I think the question. So, currently, are there any projects that have been qualified and are within the IWF pipeline concerning the drinking water portfolio in Indonesia has not yet been considered a safe business environment? That's the question, actually, Pak.
Yeah, I think the idea of having IWF, I think is good, because they try to collect any quote-unquote unused funding, like maybe pension fund or something like that. Together with the investor, go to looking for the project and funding the project. I think that's a good idea, and giving a variety of the source. I think that's good. I don't have a problem. I think, yeah.
If I may add to the question, moderator. So basically, the question is about the projects level. Are there any projects that are ready, qualified, and everything? So basically, if I may add, the government of Indonesia is kind of stand ready and support for any kind of project development in Indonesia, especially through the Ministry of Finance. We have what we call special mission vehicles, the PTSMI and also PII. That's one thing. So the SMI heavily involved in the project preparation as well to make the project a good and ready, and then also PII also help a lot with the de-risking facilities. In addition to that, the government through the Ministry of Finance also offer a lot of fiscal support, what we call VGF or project preparation, and other, let's say, government guarantee as well. So basically, the government in Indonesia ready to support for any kind of the development of water project in Indonesia. In addition to that, maybe I would like to also note that the GCF also open for the water project all over the world. So basically, any kind of project owner from the government or private sector could come to the GCF through the NDA, which is in Indonesia, the Secretariat of NDA, with a good preparation project for the water project, and then maybe later on the GCF could also facilitate or funding the water project in Indonesia as part of the adaptation risk adaptation project in the climate change agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Bobby. Yeah, your answer to the question. So I think we are running out of time. So I would like to give the final question that you already prepared by the committee, committee. So I'd like to address to Pak Jason Zenglu. The question is so simple actually. So, can you provide us a case study demonstrating the successful fund establishment by financial intermediary fund, including lesson learned from pandemic fund, and what recommendation do you have for optimizing FIF mechanism in context of the Global Water Fund? Actually, this is a question that provided by the committee that I need to address to you. So, can you respond to that, Pak?
Yeah, I have mentioned a couple of that already. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things that I have summarized is really about the lesson learned that we have seen from other funds, including the Global Infrastructure Fund that I mentioned that I managed it myself in the past. Yeah, so I'm happy to follow up on that with more technical details after this. Yeah.
So thank you so much. So I think eventually we come to at the end of our discussion. So before I hand over to the MC, so I would like to say more something that I need to address. Yeah. So as we go to this workshop, to a close, I want to express also my sincere gratitude to the panelists, of course, and also responder, and also participant, and for their valuable contribution and engagement throughout our discussion and designing the Global Water Fund that we discussed through this morning. So your insight and expertise have undoubtedly enriched our understanding of sustainable water finance and the potential of the Global Water Fund as a catalyst for positive change. So the collective effort displayed here today this morning will go beyond this virtual world actually. So contributing to the ongoing global dialogue on water infrastructure funding, that what we are going to boost during our time, only 102 days before the 10th World Water Forum. So as we move forward, so let's carry the momentum of the today discussion into actionable step. Continuing to collaborate and innovate for the more sustainable water future. Once again, thank you for your commitment, patience, and dedication to this crucial issue. So I look forward to our path crossing again in the future in the fall. So once again, please give a big round of applause to all the panelists and also the respondents. So I would like to hand over to the master ceremony. So I think my job is already done. Once again, I would like to convey my apologize if I that I not respond timely, because there are so many questions actually sent to my watch group. So I would like to once again thank you so much, and then I'm so sorry about that. So MC, I hand over to you. So I think once again, please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, moderator, and also all the panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, very big applause for all these gentlemen on the stage for the fruitful discussion and panel session. Yes, please remain on the stage. Yes, please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage. Mohon tetap tinggal di tempat terlebih dahulu. Yes, kita akan lanjutkan. Okay, we'd like to request for moderators and panelists to remain on the stage. We'd like to present you a token of appreciation, and for that, we'd like to invite the Vice Chairman of Program and Session 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto, to please come up to the stage to present token of appreciation to panelists and moderator. We have a group photo together. Bapak Ari di tengah, yes, Mr. Ari in the center. Okay, camera, smile please. On my count, 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time with more big smile. 1, 2, and 3. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please can you return to your seat? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the panel session, but we still have the other session, which is the closing ceremony. So please stay with us until the end of our program. And once again, allow us to thanks to our generous sponsors who supported this event. Thank you so much to Moya, Clean Water for Better Living. And thank you also for PT Krakatau Tirta Industri, Sino Hydro Corporation Limited. Thank you to PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur. Thank you so much. And once again, this event also broadcasted through platform CNBC Indonesia.com and YouTube Kementerian PUPR and also YouTube 10 Water Forum. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may we have your big round of applause for all of us here since morning till this afternoon, but we still will continue after this, so don't get anywhere. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we will continue now with the closing remark. So I would like to invite Director Water and Urban Development, Asian Development Bank, ADB, as a coordinator for Sustainable Water Finance Subteam 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, to give a closing remarks virtually. So, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank
Please.
you very much. Yes. So, Pak Mohammed Zainal Fatah, distinguished guests, our friends and colleagues, we, Asia Development Bank, as co-leader of Subteam 5 of the World Water Forum, appreciated Ministry of Public Works and Housing for organizing this workshop, and Pak Ali for very excellent panel moderation. Thank you all distinguished panelists and the participants for very insightful discussions and about setting up such a global fund. Personally, I apologize that I won't be able to be with you in person. So I have to find a place to join this and then deliver this closing remark from our field office. The 10th World Water Forum is the forum to discuss global water issues. We, water-related stakeholders, have been meeting in a series of global events. I personally feel a momentum gets much escalated in recent years due to various pressures associated with climate change and others. This is again also despite the water issue has been discussed much earlier, but ironically, we are getting more and more momentum in these days. Since UN Water Conference last year in March and COP28, then leading to this 10th World Water Forum in May this year, there is also a discussion on additional international event being proposed in relation to the UN General Assembly late this year. And then we also have another UN Water Conference in 2026. I understand, together with MPWH, our key role in 10th World Water Forum is to push this global momentum further. But also, it's important to push for actions and implementation at the field level. Regarding the Global Water Fund, we greatly acknowledge very strong initiatives from the MPWH, and government of Indonesia. And ADB is very happy to follow this and support this journey. At the moment, MPWH and ADB, as a sub-theme coordinator of sustainable water finance, we are actively coordinating 12 specific sessions within the sub-theme and 4 these high-level panel sessions. Their Global Water Fund is one of them. Just for your information, in addition to Global Water Fund, we are also organizing or providing input to another high-level panel sessions on reimagining collective action. Just to give a bit of brief introduction, this is about talking about the Every Water Conference in the past always highlighted the collaborative actions as a pathway for private and public sector engagement to deliver sustainable water finance. What we have been seeing right as of today is there are a lot of room to improve. We keep discussing same things over and over again. We have to reimagine our collective action and then focus on the delivery. Today's discussion on Global Water Fund, I understand, is very closely related to this, another high-level panel as well. So this workshop also contributes greatly to those large, high-level discussions. As a closing, I'd like to make a few points. As I said, it was very insightful discussion, a lot of important key points. It's so difficult to summarize in such a short remarks, but I like to highlight, or maybe this is my note for bringing to the next discussion. First, the Global Water Fund can be apparently one of the powerful instruments for funding and financing if it's structured in such a way, if established successfully. As Dr. Harry indicated in his opening keynote, this workshop and following exchanges served for the high-level panel session, its concept, and then, of course, leading to the actual discussion, connecting to the political, ministerial discussions. Of course, then, as far as fund is concerned, my key takeaways are, first, it's very obvious, but champions. According to the Pandemic Fund, GCF, and the other example, Global Fund need a strong champion, or champions of political leaders. How this 10th World Water Forum will play a role in pushing the momentum among those political leaders. Again, as I said, this is a continuous process, not only this 10th World Water Forum, but it continuously brought up in every global water event so that we can push momentum further. Second is been discussed very extensively, scope, focus, and pipelines. We have been discussing the distinguished panel session in the transactional or strategic, bankable and collateral project, economically viable but not financially viable because of the local context. We talk a lot about the risk structure, water security as agenda can cover a lot of elements, a lot of aspects, but because it's such a wider range of agenda, it sometimes be difficult to focus. When it comes to implementation, scope and focus, this will be a very important aspect to pay attention to those details. We started off with the water, energy, food nexus, now including the ecosystem as well. Global Water Fund will have to cater to those different elements. The third is the governance structure. Needless to say, this is very challenging to have a credible governance structure. Of course, in a context of global, the UN agencies, the World Bank, and then we, ADB, as one of the regional banks, and of course, those are financial donors, and then also private sectors. How to create such a strong and robust governance structure is a challenge. Financing is, of course, important. I like the Jason's value chain discussion, which we fully agree. ADB has the private sector and public sector operations under one umbrella. We have been playing as a catalytic role, but when it comes to working together, upstream regulatory reforms and discussion which normally public sector team is good at, downstream innovative financing and de-risking mechanisms or instruments which our private sector teams are often good at, has to come together. Also, sustainability is the key. It will be very challenging to have those financial donors and government to continuously putting the money into this agenda. We have to have good mechanism to bring them engaging all the time. The 10th World Water Forum will be the right venue to discuss and bring strong political support from our state and ministerial leaders. Discussion will be necessary. So here, together with MPWH and DG Dr. Harry and I as a coordinator, we welcome your continuous involvement and discussions. Asian Development Bank are looking forward to continuously supporting and meaningfully contributing to this very exciting topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, for the closing remarks virtually this afternoon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you once again, for those who haven't registered yet, for the main event of the World Water Forum on May 2024 in Bali, you may register yourself after this event finishes outside of this ballroom at the registration desk, yes, for the main event in Bali, May 2024, okay? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite to come up to the stage for the second closing remarks, Vice Chairman of Program and Session 10 World Water Forum, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto, once again to please come up to the stage for the closing remarks.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Director General for Public Works and Housing, Mr. Satoshi Ishii, all the extraordinary panelists, Bapak Bobby, Mr. Jason, Bapak Yadi, Bapak Selim, and Mr. Smith, all the respondents, and also the moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to share our challenges on sustainable water goals. The United Nations Water Conference was held on 22nd up to 24th of March in New York. It is jointly hosted by the government of Tajikistan and the Netherlands. The main agenda of the conference was to evaluate the progress of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda. The evaluation resulted in the following. You may see in the illustration. Only a quarter of the commitment from the various initiatives could act as a game changer, while the remaining commitment may lack of strength to bring about sustainable global change. So it is the challenge that we have to face. Later on, the 2030 SDG agenda could not be achieved if we adhere to current business practices as we do today. You may see here, it is the illustration, not for Indonesia, but it is globally about access to safe water, integrated water resources management, because we discuss not only the drinking water, but also the water resource management, and then the stress on water availability. So it is the challenges that we have to face. To achieve the target of the 2030 SDG agenda, at least threefold increase in effort compared to the present is necessary. This effort must be backed by genuine commitment from various entities, including government, private sector, NGO, and communities. Excellencies, distinguished guests, this morning we learned that one of the breakthroughs in financing is the establishment of Global Water Fund. It is needed to overcome funding obstacles for water infrastructure at global scale, which cover issues of growth, recovery, resilience, and climate-related adaptation. Thank you for all the panelists, because I learned a lot. And thank you for your sharing. It is beyond water. Some of the key takeaways are the following. Takeaways are the following. Global Water Fund incorporates multi-stakeholder approach, bringing together government, private sector entities, NGO, and international agency. Efficient coordination model is crucial as an approach to create strategies and mechanisms in innovative funding. The fund leverages innovative financing mechanisms to attract a wide array of investors. Global Water Fund seeks to maximize financial resources and promote sustainable investment in water infrastructure. To encourage private sector participation, the fund incorporates a thorough risk mitigation strategies. This may include insurance mechanism, guarantees, and contingency fund to protect investors from potential financial uncertainty associated with water infrastructure projects. Recognizing the dynamic nature of water challenges, the fund's architecture allows for flexibility and adaptability. This enables quick response to emerging issues, technological advancement, and changing priority in vector and water sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I must inform you that our pathway to set up Global Water Fund will pose numerous challenges. If we learn to the preparatory committee of the ministerial declaration at UNESCO headquarters in Paris has indicated that many countries are so defensive on this initiative. We have to work very hard to persuade and convince relevant stakeholders. To close my remarks, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panelists, responders, and moderators who have shared their knowledge and experiences with us. Also to the participants who helped shaping the Global Water Fund and capturing key points of the Global Water Fund establishment design, which will be discussed further in the 10th and the 10th World Water Forum 2024 high-level panels in Bali. Please use these very important high-level panels to push up our plan on Global Water Fund. If I may suggest, please invite prominent stakeholders. My appreciation to the organizer and the committee for their excellent preparation, also to the knowledge partners and sponsors who made this event possible. Let us work together to ensure a sustainable future where everyone has access to clean and safe water. Thank you, and I will see you in the 10th World Water Forum 2024 in Bali. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto, for the closing remarks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, by the closing remarks, this is the end of our program for today. Once again, I'd like to thank you to all the participants for joining us here in this program from morning until now. And once again, we want to thank you to our sponsor who support this event. Thank you to Moya Clean Water for Better Living, PT Krakatau Tirta Industri, Sino Hydro Corporation Limited. Terima kasih kepada PT Sarana Multi Infrastruktur. Thank you to PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia. May we have your big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for all the sponsors who really support this event. And we remind you once again, after we finish this event, we will have the lunch together. We provided at the foyer, and you may also still register yourself, ladies and gentlemen, to join us at the main event of the World Water Forum 2024 in Bali on May. Okay, so please make sure we will meet again in the Paradise Island of Bali for the main agenda World Water Forum 2024. I'm Putu Desi Fridayanti. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and we will meet you again on 2024 May in Bali. Terima kasih, selamat siang, dan selamat menikmati santap siang Anda. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.